All right, everyone. Well, we ended up getting a surprise 300% short squeeze today on ISPO. I wasn't expecting it, but we got it, and I made a little on it, not a lot. Finishing the morning up $12,343.40. As always, my results are not typical. The typical result of most beginner traders is losing money, so you should assume as a beginner that you'll lose money. With that assumption in mind, trade in a simulator before you put real money on the line, and don't try to blindly follow me or anyone else. So I was a little gun shy. I was read yesterday and read the day before, and I saw this spike pre-market. Someone mentioned it, and I looked at it. But when I looked at it, I pulled it up, and it was like $24 on the ask and 21 on the bid, with like 10,000 shares of volume. And I thought, well, I can't. The spread alone makes this way too risky. I'm not going to punch the ask at 24 and be down 3 points instantly on the spread. I can't do it. So it ends up going to 29. And then what was weird is that it opened and immediately halted down at $14.19. It halted down at the open. And I was like, I don't know. I'm not really sure. Then it opens at 9:51. So it's a 20-minute long halt, and it squeezes up to 1850, and it goes up to 2027 and halts. And I was like, I don't know. I can't trust it. Then it resumes, and it breaks through 2027 and goes up to 21, 27, 22, 23, up to 24. It halts again. Then it really opens up here up to 28. And then look at this candle, 6-point drop in one candle. And then it rallies back up. And at this level, at 29.41, I thought, okay, that's resistance. It's hitting the high. And at 29.41, I still hadn't traded it. I thought, this thing is just so extended on the 5-minute. There's no way. I can't get in up here. It breaks, and then it squeezes into another halt at 31.46. It resumes, it rips back up, and as it breaks through 31.46, I said, all right, that's a clear pullback. It's holding the high of day, 29.40. Let's give it a shot. And that's when I started trading 500 share blocks, 500 shares, 1,000 shares, small size. And it went from 31 to 34, and then it halted up at 35. And then, son of a gun, this thing went all the way to $57.99. And I really didn't make that much money on it. I made $3,986 on it. It was hard to trade. By the time the volume, because initially the volume was so light and the spreads were so big, I felt like the risk was too high. So I waited until it had over 1 million shares of volume. But by that time, it was already up, 200%. So then I was like, well, clearly I'm chasing it. I just have to go with smaller size. So I traded with smaller size. I made a little bit of money. That's fine. Now, if I had lost money on it, I'd be pretty disappointed, right? A stock goes up 300% and I go long and still manage to lose on it. So trading with smaller size meant that even if I lost, the loss would be manageable. It would be small. It'd be no big deal. So that's fine. Got something on it. If I hadn't had 2 green days this week, I probably would have been more inclined to jump on it a little earlier than I did. If I hadn't had been in this kind of red, cold stretch for the last month, I might have jumped on it faster. So one of the things that I often say is that it's very common that you will undercapitalize on the first one that makes a big move after you've been going through a little bit of a cold streak, because you're going to be a little gun shy. You're going to be hesitant, and that hesitation is going to cost you. And then you have to be careful not to overcompensate by buying it too high and then getting stubborn and holding it as it goes down and then taking a big loss. Because when that happens, that's totally you tripping over yourself, emotions getting in your way, and that can be a problem. So the high here, 39.74. The halt level is 39.81 right now. I had left an order ready at 40, just in case we got that break of this range. The range right here is about 39.74 and 34.50, which is solid 5-point range. It's a big range right here, but I had thought, well, if it breaks through 40, then maybe we make our way up to 45. If we get to 45, maybe we start to get towards gap fill. But the halt level's right there at 40.22. And I don't want to buy this going into a halt. I would rather trade it outside of halts because of the risk of this getting halted pending news, or a circuit breaker halt turning into halted pending news. It's just not worth it. So trying to make sure I make good decisions there and preserve my day. Anyway, so some action on this one, which resulted in some sympathy momentum on some other names. MHUA, this was an IPO yesterday. As you will recall, it was very volatile, halted several times yesterday. It squeezed up, it dropped down, it was all over the place. So it halted up here at 12.50. Then it resumed at an open of 11.50, $1 a share lower. And then it squeezed up to 13, and I traded it in that little area, and then it pulled back. I was looking for what might be sympathy momentum, thinking back on the day that we had ACY, which was kind of like ISPO, a stock that just made a crazy big move, and then RHE. So we had those two stocks that were both on the same day. But we didn't really get good sympathy momentum today, which is kind of a bummer. I was really hoping that we would, but we didn't. So anyways, I really was hesitant on this one initially. I felt like it was too much of a gamble. I didn't want to have my third red day in a row. So I just kind of was like, let's just take it slow on it. And then it just keeps going higher and higher. I was feeling FOMO, getting frustrated, don't want to chase it. And then finally gave in and traded it up here at the high of day, but at a 1 minute pullback. And, and that was it. I didn't overstay my welcome. ISPO warrants, I didn't even look at how high those went. Actually, didn't go that high. I mean, they went up, but not that much. So, I'm trying to trade through the choppy, cold markets. I didn't have there was no good gapper this morning. And when you have no good gapper, that's a reason to be cautious. I mean, look at that. That popped to 40.22, and then it dropped down to 38, and now popped back up to 42. So, this starts to get difficult to trade. The high is 42. So, if I was going to trade something like this, the halt level is 43. So I'll take, a trades around that level. Perhaps we'll see what it does, but it needs to really keep moving higher. 42.50 there on the bid, 43 on the ask. So now you've got your halt level, but not really inclined to hold into halt. I'll say that this initially is bullish, that it's breaking out here. I don't like that false breakout candle that it had, but then it bounces back up. So the high is 43, halt levels moved up. So now you could watch it over 43, added right there. Now looking for a squeeze up to 44. This is just small size, 500 shares. So 43.50 would be the next add for the move up to the halt. It seems like there's a little bit of a seller there. We'll see if we break through. Yep. So do we go to $44? There's 43.84 on the ask. 44 is the halt level. Holding 300 shares. 44.63 new halt level. All right. So this is one. 44.60. Holding 200 shares. So taking a little bit of gain along the way, and then look to reposition for the next trade. I usually would try to set my stop around break even. So this looks like a halt. I had mentioned I don't really want to hold big size during a halt. Halt level moved up, and it goes up to 45.20. So we'll see if we get more opportunities on it. Holding small size at 42.91. But yeah, so anyways, this, I was kind of, I don't know what to really expect on this one. There's another halt, but it's just been wild. So holding really small size, that's fine. I don't mind that during a halt. We'll see if it gives us more opportunities. But yeah, so the break of 39.74, so nice. Breaks that level, then 40.22, and then Where I probably should have bought was the second it broke back through 40.22. And then up to 42, and then a possible add at 42 for the move up to 43. Then there's 43, and then the grind up to 45.20. The thing with a stock like this is when you have 5-10 point range, even with relatively small size, you can end up doing okay. Showing a $46 resumption right now. So I'll keep this one on watch, side chart, see if there's more opportunities. If we got back up, gap fill right now would be filling the gap back up to 51. We may find resistance there, may not, I'm not sure. $50 is psychological, we may have some resistance there. And then 55 and then 57.99. Yeah, MRIN, so this was our, and reminder as always, trading's risky. My results are not typical, and don't try to blindly follow me or anyone else. This is a very fast moving stock, it's pretty risky. So MRIN, yeah, it was one of our gappers this morning, up 19%. Didn't feel super confident on it. Wasn't that interested. It was strong after hours and then weaker pre-market. Came up to a high of 424, but I didn't want to trade that. So left that one alone. ISPO did end up being our leading gapper in the entire market today. GLBE made a big move, 61 million share float, squeezed out of the gates from 43 up to 48. First pullback, got bought up well. We had another stock that hit the scans this morning. TXG. So TXG hit the scans this morning. Nice squeeze from 74 up to 84. I said it's probably going to have resistance at the 200 moving average, and it did to the almost the penny. So that one was no trade on that long. Maybe could have shorted it, but didn't feel like it. UPST, this one pulled back a bit this morning. And Dash, I was watching this one for a possible trade this morning over 120, and I said, you know, it looks initially like resistance at 120, so I'm going to wait to see if it can break. And I'm glad I waited and didn't try to anticipate it, because it did not break and it flushed. It's sold off pretty hard. So nothing on that one. ISPO, the halt time was at 11:45 and 24 seconds. So resumption, if it's a 5-minute long halt, would be 11:50 and 24 seconds. So we'll see how this resumes. Showing a resumption right now of 43. And we did have, so this is where we had that lower resumption right here. And then that presented the trade on the breakthrough 31.46. So since we have 4 green candles in a row, we can see if this does open lower here. And then the trade would be the long, either right on the dip or through 45.20. Either one is worth watching. Would like to see the volume increase just a little bit more. We have about 30 seconds to resumption right now. So I put my order for 500 shares at 45.20. And we'll see if this dip gets bought up. All right, so about 10 seconds to resumption here. So order is at 45.20. Quick long at 44, looking for the retest of 45.20 for the add. So looking to add over 45.20. And then we'll see if we get the break through 46, 47. watching in this area. This is why it's important to trade with smaller size so you give yourself room. This is still a 1 minute pullback. So we're going to look for the curling. My average is 43.80. And looking to add as soon as this candle goes green. Added there at 96. Looking for the break through 45. First 1 minute candle to make a new high. Added right there. Now look for the add for the halt up at 48. So watching for added right there, 47.50. So on this one, trading a little more aggressively. Let's see if we get a squeeze up to 48. There's 47.37. I'm holding 900 shares. Watching added right there for the break of 48. Quick little trade. Now watching 48.50. So that ended up being a pretty nice pop there. Sold the rest for now. We'll pull back. High of that candle's 48.99. New order goes at 49. So just trading around these levels. That was nice though. The way that candle broke 45 and immediately went to 47.50. That was a $2.50 breakout. Now the new high is 48.99. So we'll watch it dip. The high of this candle back over 48 is an add. If we see increasing volume, we want to see if it'll get back to $50 and then 51.30, right? 51.30, that would be the bottom of that gap. If we can get above that, then we start to have a psychological target of high a day. I don't have, actually shares are available to borrow right now, but they are, let's see, 100 shares would cost me $1,200. So they're just 100 shares. So if I borrowed 1,000 shares, it would cost me $12,000. $12,000 just to borrow 1,000 shares. That would be the fee to the broker to borrow. So they're expensive, probably cost prohibitive for most traders. So nice high volume on both of these candles. We're on another pullback here. So at what point do you throw in the towel and say, I've made enough. I don't need to overstay my welcome. Usually for me, it's when I start giving back profit. That's usually when I'll say that. And start giving back, a significant amount, not just like a small loss, but really take a good size loss. So, the only thing on this type of stock is that it can happen really quickly. So watching, so added there, 250 shares, 47.50. So looking at that first candle make a new high and then over 48.24, that could be another add. Now trading with smaller size helps make it so even if I do take a loss, the loss is smaller. So it's not really that big of a deal. And then I can always add back. If I go in with 2,500 shares, then, I'd be down 3,500 right now, and that's not worth it. So trading smaller size, kind of while I get comfortable, gives me room. I can always add if I see another good spot to add. So 47.50, 48 levels to watch. We kind of have a little bit of an ABCD pattern happening on the 1 minute chart. I'm going to cut that loss for now, let it pull back. So lost about $1 a share on 250 shares. That's $250, $300. Notice the increasing volume there on that 5 minute candle. So volume is increasing. Highest volume of the day was on this candle. The volume is definitely increasing. So what you want to see for sure, you really want to see it hold $40. This was that previous support level, so it's got to hold 40. This area here where it halted and then dipped down, around 45.20, man, that's okay if that breaks. We could have a 5-minute bull flag in this area and that would be fine. But 47.50, if that level broke, that type of candle, that 5-point candle, that's what we like to see. Those are big candles. Those are nice to see. So, and we saw a few of them, early this morning here. 35 to 42. That was a huge candle. I mean, it just ripped. So I don't know if shares were cheaper to borrow earlier, and maybe some people did get stuck on the short side on it. I don't know, but it did give some good opportunities and some big green candles earlier. So now that's a bigger red candle. It's pulling back. It's pulling back down to the moving average support. Not really inclined to do a dip off of a halt down yet. It's got to prove itself a little bit more. I think the logical spot is that it needs to get a little bit more into this gap. 51.30. It's closer to 51.30. So anyways, so yeah, this was a surprising opportunity today. I wasn't expecting it, but got green, traded longer in the day, and grateful for that. So the halt down right now is 41.12. So it's showing as a halt down. And you could probably see that. So sometimes, and it looks like it's pinning down. So it looks like it is going to halt down. This is a type of setup where if it false halted, where it started to pop back up, I would buy, but it halted down. And so now as it comes back down, what you want to see is that this previous resistance at 40 becomes support. And then you sort of have this pattern where it broke through it, it got above it, it retests it, and then if it can hold it, then we would look for a move back up. But the fact is, on the 5-minute chart, high volume green candle, light volume red candle, but it's a big red candle. It dropped $7 or $6 a share. So it really did drop quite a lot. So even if it bounces here off of 40, is it really going to race all the way back to 48? And it feels like that's not super likely, especially because it broke the low of this pullback here, 41.77. It broke this previous halt level at 45.20. So it kind of blew through those levels coming back down. So this is an area where some traders may have the confidence to dip trade it, but probably what would need to happen is consolidation through the next 20, 30 minutes between, well, you wouldn't want to see it go below 34.50. You don't want to see a break VWAP, but consolidation in this area. And then if it holds this area, a break through the high of 48.98. But I don't know. You just want to make sure you're cautious and don't overstay your welcome on these. So sitting now at $15,588. It's a good day. It's green, but not a home run, considering how big of a move we had on this stock. Really didn't make that much money on it. And, like I said, that's because I was a little bit timid to start the day. When you have a stock that's high price with huge spreads, it's a little bit of a gamble. And we try to reduce our risk, but on a trade like that, when the risk is really high and it could go either way, it's either a big winner or a big loser. And if you've already had a couple red days, you probably will feel like I can't afford a big loser, so I can't take the risk. And that might mean I miss a big winner, but if I couldn't take the big loss, I shouldn't even take it. And that's how I felt initially. And I didn't take any trades until the volume had increased and spreads therefore were a bit tighter. And I was able to confidently jump in knowing that I could get out pretty quickly and I wasn't risking $10,000, with small size. So that meant that I waited until volume increased, but then I started to get more dialed in. But then I sold it too soon. It went a lot higher than I thought it would. But then the first halt down, a big gap lower. Now a little bit of curling, but rejected that level at 48.98. So I don't know. We'll see what it does. Good luck for those that keep trading it. I think I'm going to take my gains and come back and try again tomorrow. And, if we start to see, we've been doing really well in recent IPOs. So if we continue to see this, we were doing well a couple weeks ago. It slowed down a little bit. But, if we start seeing another setup like this tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday, I'll look at it, pattern recognition. I'll think, oh, this looks a lot like ISPO. I better be more aggressive. I better jump in a little faster. And I'll trade it a little more aggressively. And I'll keep doing that, until I have one where I take a good size loss. And then if I take a good size loss, I take a good size loss. So for what it's worth, the halt down on this was 41.12. And right now it's showing a $41 resumption, which is bullish. So that's worth noting. If it was showing a 41.50 resumption or 42, I would be much more bullish. It's showing just below flat. The high this last candle was 43.44. So there is an opportunity on this for a dip off of 41. But, like I said, I just don't know if it's going to rip all the way back up to here. So maybe let's just see how it resumes. It should resume in about 20 seconds. Yeah, that's right. And we have President's Day on Monday, so we do have a market holiday on Monday. So now it's showing a $42 resumption. So that's actually bullish for sure. But is it going to hold? We'll see. The volume is still relatively light, which would make it harder to take large positions right now. So there's back to 45. 46.20 is the halt up. Nope, halt up has moved to 48.28. But see how the sell-off was stronger than the bounce? So you could look at this as a short-term bear flag, sell-off, a small pop, and then if it broke down through the lows, that's pretty bad. The 5-minute, this is an inside candle with the previous candle being a pretty big red candle, so it's a little tricky. The high there, 46.13, and then you get into 47.50. So if we got over 46, 47, then I might look for kind of a rip back through 48. But ideally, we would want to see that coincide with the first 5-minute candle making a new high, right? Then we have a bullish 5-minute pattern. Right now, the 5-minute pattern is a little funny because it's a big red candle and then a green candle that's bouncing. All right, so there's 46. High of this candle is 47.15. So now you need a pullback on the 1 minute. So you've got about 30 seconds left on this current 5-minute candle, which has a high of 46.50. So I would consider this. Oh, so might notice that a 12,000 share seller just popped up at 47. So someone's putting up a little bit of a wall there. It's a pretty big sell order on the stock. See that at 47? Let's see if it gets bought up. This sometimes when a 5-minute candle opens right here, it can be a trap and then a drop back down. And with that sell order right there, that's probably not going to help it break out. But all things considered, it's still bullish that it's bounced off of, didn't break the 40.21 level, right? So we're in this range, 47, 47.50. Those are breakout spots. So right now you've got a 75-cent spread. You got the red candle that formed there at the top. That's your pullback candle. High was 46.99. 8,000 share seller at 46. Now you've got 44.50 on the bid, so you're getting that pullback. This candle double topped there, so double top resistance, a small double top handle formation in this area would then help base out a possible trade over 47, 47.50, or if it just fades, the 20 moving average is at 43.34. This kind of looks like it might break down. Sort of declining volume. It's still up 263%, which is a lot. But yeah, as I look at the 5-minute chart, it's interesting. What levels would we have to break through for this to be like really worth getting aggressive on? What we probably need to see through this area is consolidation, support at the 9 moving average, a little bit of curling up, and then getting to the spot where your resistance at 47.15 was there and your support level is just coming up higher and higher. So it's kind of wedging, forcing it into this wedge where then it starts to pull away. And then the pull away would be through 47, 47.50, and 48. Certainly you would need a break through this level of 48.98 for 50. And you'd really just want to see it go right through 51.30 and start making its way to 52, 53, 54, 55, and maybe even halting up. And then opening just maybe a little lower and then ripping through 57.99 on a resumption up to 60, halting again, now with high day volume as it breaks new highs, and then pulling back and on the resumption continuing. That's what you would want to see. That would be best case scenario. In this area here, if it breaks the 20 moving average and starts selling off 40.21 was that important resistance that needs to be support. So it should hold there. And then $36 is the VWAP. And if it fell down that much, then I just don't think that it would be done probably. It would have broken the ascending support line. It would have broken its moving averages. And it looks more likely that that's what happens because volume is declining right now. Declining volume is not uncommon during consolidation because, buyers stop buying, sellers kind of stop selling. Some short sellers might start accumulating positions for a flush. Some buyers might start accumulating positions for the next leg up. But remember, for the next leg up, this is already up 250%. I mean, how early are you going to go to anticipate that it's going to go to 300 or 400? You now have that 11,000 share seller at 44. So, that could be, we don't know if it's a real order. I mean, it appears a real order. We don't know if it'll get filled if someone starts to try to buy at 44. And I'm not going to be the one to buy 10,000 shares and see what happens. I'm not going to take that kind of risk on this stock. So right now it's at the bottom of its range here with declining very low volume and sellers on the ask. This might be it. And the unfortunate thing on these types of stocks, and this is so common, is that that's the move. Where was the 5-minute pullback? Well, basically, it was a 15-point gap down on a halt and then a bounce off the low. You know, I mean, that was the 5-minute setup. It wasn't a good one. So really, the only way that you could have traded this and done really well on it is if you had been willing to chase on the 1-minute time frame. And I was, but not with big enough size to make a significant amount of money. This same exact setup 3 months ago, I would have traded 5 times more aggressively than I traded it today. Because at that time we were in a much hotter market and I was expecting bigger resolution on these types of moves, and we were getting them. And so naturally I had a risk tolerance to step up to the plate, because these types of days would be $100,000, $200,000 green days for me. But since I haven't had a $100,000 day since, I don't know, the end of 2021, I'm trading a little bit more cautiously, just trying to get green, because hey, $5,000 is good, 10,000, 15 is great in this market. I'm not having a lot of $50,000 days right now, so I can't take $50,000 of risk. And that's kind of what it felt like, at least pre-market, when I saw it spiking up. And that's what it would have been if I had gotten in this at 23, 24. Yeah, it went to 29 for a second on 15,000 shares of volume and then halted down at 14. What if it opened and halted down a second time at 11? I'd be down 15 points on 5,000 shares. That's a $75,000 loss. So, but it rallied back up nicely, and all things considered, it's holding up fairly well. It's a little bit past noontime, so it may be worth watching into the afternoon. If it does break through 47.50, 50, 51.30, 54, 55, that's big. There may be some traders that are short and underwater on this. I mean, I have no idea, but there may be. And no doubt, if it broke through the highs, I would expect short covering and a FOMO, MOMO long, and a squeeze up to 60, 65, maybe $75. If you break through 75, your next psychological resistance is $100. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but we've seen some of these stocks where you end up getting, a move in the morning, and if it doesn't fade and it actually holds, then watch it for the afternoon. So let's look at DWAC just as for instance. Now DWAC had a much stronger catalyst, but look at this. Look at this after hours move. It made this kind of ridiculous squeeze up to 52. It dropped, probably halted down, whatever. But then it held up. When it started to break out, that was big, right? So I'm not saying that's going to happen. DWAC had a much stronger catalyst, much, much stronger, had a good reason to be squeezing up. But it's just about recognizing patterns. And if you start seeing the same patterns, it's worth watching. So you can see here now as it curls back up. So I didn't know that no way to know you would get a green candle like that, but there's a nice little green candle as it curls back up, right? So it's clear that 47 is an important level to watch. I'm going to take a quick trade there for the break of 47. And I'm going to start adding at 47.50. Actually, I'm going to put the order at 47.25. My thought on this is it looks like this thing does want to break through 47.15. Adding there, 46.77. Now looking to add again, added at 48. There's 49. Look for the add at 49 for a squeeze up to 49.29, halt up. We're close to the halt up right here. Nice. So looking to see if we get a little bit more on this. Watch the first pullback. We're looking for the break through 49. Watching for a dip. Added at 97 right there. So bought the dip. My average is 71. Looking for 48.50. We're looking for this to get up to $51.30. 51.30. Next add is 49. Watch the first 1 minute pullback now that this is starting to open up. Add there at 49. Now looking for the squeeze up to 49.50. So this is clearly opening up here. We're looking for the break through $49.50. Looking for an add, 49.50. Halt level up is $50.80. This is what we want to see. This is good. I mean, this is bullish. So there's 48.89 on the ask. There's 49. Looking for the breakthrough, a little higher. Holding 1,300 shares right now. Holding 164, taking a little loss. Looking to add back. The high of this candle is 49.21. New order goes at 49.29. 49.29, 49.39. I'll put it at 49.50. So a little bit of, it broke through 49, hit 49.21. Watching down here for possible dip. Added at 46.35 to buy the dip. So buy dips and then try to catch the pops back up to 47.48. We've got 4.2 million shares of volume. We're up 275%. There's 47. So actively trading the dips on this. That was a nice dip. There's 47.75. My average is 46.42. The nice thing about this at this point is that we do have more volume, sizing down a little bit more. We do have more volume, which is good. The spreads are better. First 1 minute candle to make a new high. The high there's 49.29 or 21. 49.21, new order that is at 49.50. Setting it for 250 shares. So we have about 2 minutes left on this current 5 minute candle. That one broke and was green, which is great. This one made a new high by like 20 cents, but is currently red. First 1 minute candle to make a new high is worth watching. I would have preferred to hold 47.50. I'm watching for another dip. This right here could be a double bottom. Added at 46.20. Actually said risk check failed. Tried to add at 46.20. I'll have to move my order down a little bit. So risk check failed because my order was at 49.50. Taking gains at 46.84. New order at 49.50. Maybe I'll move it down to 49. So in a perfect world, that right on that candle would have squeezed through 49 and would have gone to the halt up at 48 or 49.80 or 50 or whatever it was. I think it was whatever it was. It would have gone to the halt up and pinned. I probably would have taken profit going to the halt up, held small size into the halt, and then looked for dip and rip on resumption. So right now, again, we're getting these nice green leg up. The sell volume is still pretty light. So getting good volume on those green candles, but kind of a double top here, I would say at $49. And now we're back at the 20 moving average. But you can't say it's not grinding higher because it certainly is. Let's see. Kind of watching some of these levels here. So watching. That candle, that green candle, I mean, that was powerful, right? Look at that green candle. That thing just squeezed right up to 49. So my order's at 49.50, smaller size. It needs to start pulling away a little bit more. I saw the 10,000 share bid at 46. Yeah. So that candle, slightly lighter volume. Would have loved to have seen that breakthrough 49. So this candle ends up closing red. Now we're pulling back a little bit. So the 5 minute, you know, it's now just like that. We're back at the 20 moving average. So I think this is an area where you have to be kind of patient. You have to see, is it going to hold up or is it going to fail? If it's going to hold up, we'll just keep watching breakouts on it. And if it fails, then at that point we say, all right, well, we did the best we could on it. Could have done better, but could always say that. I don't see anything super concerning on the chart. Like there's nothing that I'm like worried about. Just other than just typical volatility of catching a flush, making sure we don't get caught in a big bull trap or something like that. So we're currently up 276%. The spread right now is pretty big. So it's popping up a little bit on the ask, but it's not moving up as much on the bid. Probably over 48.50, 48.75 will be spots to watch to start considering, at least for me, a long position. So, the last few trades I've added a little bit of profit. Remind everyone, as always, since this is a recap, that trading is risky. Most beginner traders do lose money. You shouldn't try to blindly follow me or anyone else. My results are not typical. Typical result of most beginner traders is losing money, so trade cautiously. This is a good stock to practice in a simulator. See if you can get in the zone. So added there. Now looking for the breakthrough 49. See how it's starting to ascend. The next add is going to be $49. So I'm watching for the breakthrough 49 and then 50. High of this candle is 48.75. New order goes at 49.25. Willing to add on dips. This is kind of what I was looking for, this squeeze up into this area. And what we want to see is the breakaway. So watch for the breakaway over 49 for a quick rip up to $50. Watching for add. Halt level's 51. Let's see if we squeeze right up to the halt level on the break of 49. Added right there. There's 49.75. Watch for the add at 49.75 and then 50. So a little bit of a spread there. You can see that false break. It hit a high there, pulled back a little bit. My average is just under 49. I'm going to see if it pops right back up over 48.49. Added down there, bought the dip for the retest of 49. So sometimes it chops like that a little bit. That candle is green. Let's look for the break back over 49. Watch 48.75. I think this is just one that you have to give a little bit of space on. Watch for the add at 49.50. So watching $49.50. And then we want to see that squeeze up to 50. Possible add 49.50, 49.75. Actively trading this range here. So see how it sold and then curled right back up. The high there is 49.75. So that's the spot you want to be watching, 49.75. I'm holding 900 shares, reducing risk a little bit. The average is a little high. So it started to break away and then it pulled back a little bit. New order, I'm going to put it at $50 for 500 shares. And just kind of keep trading it with small size and see if on one of these breaks, if it really pulls away faster. Holding 200 shares right now. Watching for an ad. Added right there, 49.50. There's 50. There's 51. Watching. Added at 51.43 for the squeeze up to 52, 53. Actively trading the range, taking some gains. Holding 209 shares. Halt levels 53.43. So that was a breakaway. We pulled up there. New order 53.50, 500 shares. Watching dips. Added at 52.50 on the dip for the retest of 53.50. Halt levels moved up. Added right there. Now there's 54. All right, so now watch halt up 54.23. So we're pulling away here, which is good. Taking some gains down to 200 shares again. High of this candle is 54.23. New order goes at 54.50. Remember that these can pull back. Added right there, up to 55. 55.12 is the halt level. Taking 100 shares off the table. So, sometimes you feel like, man, this thing has just gone how many dollars a share? And, how much should I really add in profit? $5,000? Feels like not a lot. Why is it not a lot? Willingness to take a lot of risk. If I had been willing to take 5,000 shares, 8,000, 10,000 shares, number one, I'd be putting $500,000 on the line. This is an expensive stock. Number two, if I caught a flush, I could have given back my entire profit on the day. And you don't want to do that at 12:30. The right thing to do is reduce risk as you go further into the day. Try to make some more money, but try not to put yourself in a position where you could risk giving it all back. I say that having done it. I had the trade on Sava a couple months ago. I lost $50,000 on that trade in like 1 minute. Gone. 10-point flush with 5,000 or 6,000 shares. Gone. So, on something like this, trading 500 shares, adding to 1,000, going up to 1,500, maybe 2,000. Okay, I can work with that. 500 share blocks, fine. My hotkey shift one is 1,500 shares. I'm actually going to go in right now and I'm going to reduce that hotkey for the rest of today. I won't save my settings, but I'm going to reduce it to 500 shares. So if I do an impulse hit of that hotkey, I'm not going to be adding 1,500 share blocks and potentially walk into a 6,000 share position because I got a little impulsive and a little overly aggressive at the high. I'm also going to go into my warnings and set my max share size on this. So I make sure I manage risk accordingly. I want to add profit without risking giving it all back. So lowering share size as we climb. And here's the thing. I traded this 3 or 4 times in this area. We finally got the breakout. The first few, it was like, okay, we got a little false breakout there up to 49.75, then it pulled back, got back in, and then it started to pull away. So you don't always know when they're going to pull away, which can make it hard. But when they do, that's when you want to start. You want to just keep trying to, if you can, leave yourself room to keep taking stabs. So when it finally starts to pull away, you can capitalize. Okay, so we're halted right now. We've got about 2 minutes to resumption. Our high a day was 57.99. We don't want to get caught in the halt going down, of course. Although the good news on this is that we're at 55.12. And this is the first halt going up. This right here is the first halt going up. So by the time we hit 57 before, it was the fourth halt going up. So we've consolidated, we've curled, the moving average is supporting the move. And what I want to see on this is a dip and a rip and a second halt, 57.58. A dip and a rip and then a third halt, maybe a fourth halt. That's what I would like to see. Is it going to happen? I don't know. This right now is showing a 43.25 resumption, which is a bit of a lower resumption. That's bearish. But that is also what we had right back here on the first, or on this halt up, 31.46. It opened lower, and then it broke through that level. So I'll just watch the high right now, which is 55.12. And I'm going to put an order for 500 shares at 55. It's showing 54. 53.26. It's jumping around a bit. Okay, so we've got about 30 seconds to resumption here. I don't want to pretend that it can't drop back down to $48 or $50 because it certainly could. So I want to make sure I'm managing my risk. I'd like to walk away with at least 20,000 now that I'm at 25. So that gives me about $5,000 of risk, which on a stock like this is can go quick. So I want to make sure I leave myself room to keep trading. So let's watch a dip and rip on resumption. Okay, watching the ad for 55 and then 59. Added right there. Now we're looking for 60. Sorry, 59. There's 56. There you go. There's 59. Okay, so still holding right now at 54.54. New order at 60. Watching this dip. And now we've got new highs, 63. Taking a little more off the table. My average is 54.54. So the high of this right now is 63.11. I'm watching the halt level to move up for the next trade. This is high risk. Watching for a dip. Quick dip there for 65. Let's see if we halt up, 65.32. Slowing down a little bit, taking some gains. New order at the top, 65. No fill. So this is actually good price action because we've got good volume and we're not going right into a halt, so we're getting the ability to trade the range. New order, 66.50. Waiting for the halt level to move up again. We're up 436%. 5.2 million shares of volume. This could drop 5 points like that and go back down to 60. So I think waiting for that pullback is probably a good idea. It's very risky up here. This could be a false breakout and then a flush. So short sellers probably looking to short against the high. Halt down, look at that, 55.52. Watching for a possible dip. Added right there for a dip. Now looking for the pop back up to 62, 63. Let's see how high it goes. My average is 59.12. Added at 61. Now look for 62, 63. There's 62.50. Let's look for this to climb back to $65. So looking for the climb back to 65. Next add is, oh, gotta cut the loss. Oh, actually, I'm gonna watch for a dip. I'm gonna look to do a dip and then add for first 1 minute candle to make a new high. So watching first 1 minute candle to make a new high on this. back over 61, 62, and see if we retest 65. No, I'm just going to cut it. So that $3,000 loss on that. So that was a little bit of a bigger loss, about 10% of my gain. Halt down here, watching. Quick long at 55.52 for a false halt, small size. My thought on this is that if we, watching for ad, $56. So I'm going to watch this to resume higher and then spring back up. First 1 minute candle to make a new high. Kind of like what we had back around 36, 37. So the high of this candle is 62. So next order goes at 62. Trying to trade with smaller size in these areas. So now we're seeing, look at this, 58.35. New order goes at 60. Let's see the high here on this candle, 62. So we're going to look for a spring off this, back up to 62 and then 66. I do like to buy halts down when they're near support areas. Like this isn't too bad of a halt down because it halted up right here, pulled back. Very different from this one here. You know, this was a big, huge move. This one, not as much. And we're kind of right around the $50 psychological support, $57.99. So we really only got one halt up, and now we're buying this dip. So new order for me is at 62. If we can break through 65, then we look for 70, 75, and then 80. So the halt down is 55.52. My average is 55.52. New order, putting it at 62. I was looking for a flat resumption or a gap up. A small gap down would be okay too. So we've got about 2 minutes to resumption. Yes, the limit order is 62. That's a marketable limit order. So that means I wouldn't fill any higher than 62. So we've got about, let's see, so resumption will be at 41.50, so a little less than 2 minutes. I'm going to move my order down a little bit. I want to make sure I don't get risk check fail. The other reason is that this was a double bottom right here, around 55.50. So double bottom, and then look for the pop back up to the high there, which was 62. So we're showing a 55.90 resumption. I'm going to put an order at 57. 57.30. Let's see. I had an order at 55. That one's not going to fill. I mean, it might. We'll see. The order at 62 is high. So I'll leave the order at 57.30 to add. So watching here, added right there. Now looking for the pop back up to 60. So you see how we get that spring off the low? We're looking for the squeeze through 59 and then 60. There we go. There's 59, looking for 60. When we get 60, taking my gains, reducing size. New order goes at 61. I meant 250 shares. I had an order there for 2,500 that I had to cancel. Added back 58.92. Right there, looking for the breakthrough 60. Nice. Taking profit. New order goes at the high of 62.18. Added right there, 60.59. Now we're looking for that curl back up to 63. Add spot 63. Watching 63 for the squeeze up to the halt. So hands on the trigger to add over 63. Holding 578 shares right now. This is a micro pullback. New order $64, 250 shares. Bought the dip at 98, 61.98. Looking for the first candle to make a new high back through 62.63. Holding 144 shares. It's kind of sideways here. Taking my gain, new order at 64. See, it had to break there pretty quickly. Letting it pull back, letting it form a bull flag. The high was 62.97. Watching dips. Added at 59.19, 250 shares. So trying to buy the dip for the pop back up over 60. Taking some gains as it breaks. Reducing size. High of this candle is 62.97. New order goes at 63. Added back 250 shares, 61.50. Looking for the breakthrough 62 and then 63 to add. First 1 minute candle to make a new high. Added there. Now looking for 64.65. Got a partial fill on the add. Sometimes that happens. There's 63.24. There's 64. Taking some gains as we come up towards 65. Halt level 66. Watching for a dip and then an add over 65 up to the halt level. Holding 81 shares. Average 62.60. Back to flat. High of that candle 65. So I like seeing it holding over 57.58. It's a bit extended. Red candle there. Green candle with a bit of a topping tail. It's forming a bit of maybe the beginning of an ABCD pattern. We'll be trading with smaller size. Watching over 64. Added at 64. Now look for 64.50 for a squeeze of 65. So we're starting to get dialed in on this for a retest of our high a day, 66.38. Watching to add on a dip. And then look for a curl back to 65. Added at 61. So let's look for that curl. The target on this would be a retest of high a day. So watch for an add down here, and then we're going to look for a break through 64.50 and 65. See how it dips and then comes right back up? That's bullish. New order is 65. So I'm going to start getting dialed in here for a break through our high, $65, and then a squeeze through 66.38. Watching off this level for an add as we consolidate. Okay, so watch this. We're waiting for that first 1 minute candle to make a new high. Orders ready at 64. Looking for the break of 63.50. So watching right up here, this is a flat top pattern. We want to see 64.58 and then 65. 67, 63 is the halt level, so that's the target right now, 67. As soon as we break over 63.50, I'm going to look to add. That's the high right here, 63.49. Dip trade at 62.50. Looking for first 1 minute candle to make a new high. Trading with smaller size, giving myself room so I can add on the breakout. Having a loss, 6,000. A little too much of a pullback there. It might be the beginning of an ABCD pattern. We'll watch to get back in. I got slippage on my exit. So gave back a little off the top there, maybe a little more than I would have liked to have given back on that one trade. The good thing is that we still have generally a bullish chart and a stock that's holding up. So the question really is, well, where can I manage risk for the next trade? 57.99 was the previous level here. So that kind of makes sense as a double bottom, 57.99, 58. waiting for the breakout and then just riding that surge through 64, 50, 65, 66 up to 67, 70. That would be the obvious trade, but the risk is a little higher when you wait for the obvious trade. Especially in this case because the entry is higher. So you could see down there how 57.99 would have presented a nice dip entry. I sometimes have a hard time taking a decent size loss and then jumping right back in. I feel like I should just take a breath for a second and make sure I don't give back too much more on like a second bad trade in a row. So nice job for those that bought the bounce, the dip. Added there, small size. We'll see if we curl back to 64 and then 64.50, 65, 66, add. 66.96 is the halt level. So going with small size initially, this is an ABCD pattern. New order at 64. So what happened there? Short covering, maybe. High this candle is 67.63. Dip trade 66, 75. New order 68. Watching halt level to move up. Watch for a dip added right there. Now for 68.74. So now new order 68.80. 500 shares. Watching halt level to move up again for 70. So halt level may move up here. False halt. Halt level moved up. Watch dip trade long there, 66.77. Now look for the retest of 69. So I like buying a false halt in that context. Add is over 68 and then 69. Added right there. Now looking for a squeeze through 69.80. So this is good. We're getting that curl. We want that rip through 69.75. Let's see if we get $70 on this. We might get 70. This is squeezing out some early short sellers. Add spot 68, then 68.50 for the break of 69. There's 69 coming up. There's 69. Can we get 70? Halt level 70. Watch for 69.50. Make sure you pay yourself. Try to trade this smart. Holding 136 shares. Good work. $71,000 in the green. Good for you. Good work. I like seeing a student post that. That is great to see. Good job. Okay, so our high right here is 69.36, holding 136 shares, letting it pull back, new order, watching for dips. We're getting that pulling away. It's not as parabolic as it was before. It's kind of like that one surprise candle right there that ripped $5 a share, but it is pulling away. So 69.36, watching, added right there. Now looking for 71, 72. Added, now looking for 72. Let's see if we get the halt going up. 72.19. Watch over 71 for the add. 72, 72.19, 72.19 right there on the ask. Holding 400 shares. Flat for now. New order looking to add. Added at 72. Now looking for 73.64. 73.64 is the next halt level. Watch for 73.64. If we get over 73.64, then we're looking for $75. Parabolic momentum. Watch for the add 73. Cut that loss small. New order 250 shares for the break of 72. Nice. There you go. I missed my entry. I was too slow. Watching 73.50. Added right there, 73.50. There's 74, 75. If we can break over 75, halt level 75.58. $75.58 halt level. Up 500%. High of this candle is 76.59. Remember that this could drop 5-7 points in one candle, so manage your risk. Hard to feel comfortable buying it up here, but you may get short covering. That's all you're really getting right now. I think a little FOMO Momo. 78 is the high, 78.35, 79, 79. 500% short squeeze right now. Highest volume is right here on this candle. But look what happened the last time we went into a nice squeeze. We followed with a big red candle. So manage your risk. See that? So I'm holding one share for the sake of being sentimental on a nice big short squeeze. So remember, reduce size. Nice bounce from 66 back to 73. What was our high? 79. So we want to mark that level out. The fact is, the volume on this, 7.5 million shares is good. It's not phenomenal. It's not really good enough to me, in my opinion, to be taking 10, 12, 15,000 share positions. It's not with these spreads. So, as I said at the beginning of this recap, which has now been over an hour long, I haven't made a lot of money on this one, all things considered. I haven't. But I made some. I'm up 33,000 on the day, and I can't complain. I wish I had made more. I wish I'd been willing to be a little more aggressive earlier, but I got green on it, paid some bills. I was still thinking that we would have sympathy momentum. I'm still holding one share. It's a sentimental share. It's worth $73.40 to commemorate a 500% short squeeze. CPTN, this is what we want to be kind of watching. Lighter on volume, halt up already. See, the thing is, it's a recent IPO. So that's where you're probably going to get some people jumping on these types of things. You just want to be careful. Could I have jumped on it right there? Yes. It's got very light volume. The risk is higher. We'll see what it does. Earlier today, when we were looking at sympathy momentum, we really didn't have anything that held super well. So that makes it hard. So this may mark the high on this one, 79.06. I kind of thought if we broke through $75, the next psychological level would be 100, but we'll see how it bases out. Want to be a little careful of potential bear traps, bull traps. So, that pop and then the huge red candle. So your high right there was 77. So I would say, 250 shares, possible trades around that level. It's extended. Maybe I could get 5 points on them and make $1,000 or something. Reminder, as always, trading is risky. Most beginner traders do lose money, and my results are not typical, so don't try to blindly follow me or anyone else. And remember to trade in a simulator before you put real money on the line. So the risk feels pretty high up here. It's up 499% on the day. Topping tails on those last couple of 1-minute candles. Big range. So as you could see during the recap, actively trading, buying, taking gains, buying back, taking gains, adding on breakouts, taking some profit. That's all typical for the way I would trade a momentum stock like this. CPTN. Yeah, the high was 1201. ANGH. Coming back up. Quick long there for the halt up 1529, 1,500 shares long. So ANGH, let's see if we break through 15. There's 1525. Happy for the gain on that. 1550, 1560. Wanting to take gains as it goes. 1550 new order. This one was choppy earlier. You can see I just made 500 on it. It was red on it this morning. CPTN, NASDAQ stock. Looks like it'll be longer than a 5-minute long halt. ANGH, the high there was 1550. New order goes at 1550, but I don't really trust it that much. Just trading small size. Just trying to see whether or not we do get any sympathy momentum on anything. ISPO, halt down 66.27. ANGH, 1-minute pullback. If we can break over 16, then we've got some room. But remember last time, I mean, it dropped like $1 a share so fast, wasn't able to really manage risk on it. CPTN showing $20 resumption. I don't know. We'll see. Resumption time for a 10-minute long halt will be 1:14 and 13 seconds. ISPO, 5-minute setup extended on the 9 moving average off of its on its 5-minute chart. ANGH on a side chart. CPTN showing a $27.30 resumption. Nice on ANGH. Dip trade on ANGH at 69. I think this is the one to focus on over CPTN. This one's got more volume. Micro pullback. Watch for an add at 95. Added at 95 for the break of 16. 1636 is the next halt level. Let's see if we get 1636. Holding 131 shares. There's 1616. All-time highs on this are 2310. High of this candle 1616. New order goes at 1615. Added right there, 15. See that bid stack that just came in? Now look for 1675. 1662 is the halt level. Let's see if we go into a halt on ANGH. Watching for an added right there, 1650, taking it off into the halt. ISPO, look at that. Look at that. Nice. 250 share orders, still ready. The high on this one is just under 81. Watching, added right there. No, only filled 5 shares. Filled 5 shares. I'm taking 4 of them off the table. Nice. $83,000 on the day. Good job, Gabriel. Good work. ANGH halted up. Okay. So ANGH still red on, but we'll watch it on resumption. ISPO 8363. So this was a 5-minute pullback. Now we can watch first 1-minute pullbacks following the fresh 5-minute pullback. You know, we still have a problem with volume on it, and the spreads being big. I'm holding 1 share. It's halted. CPTN. So we'll watch the resumption. I'll do 1,000 shares ready to go. Remember, on a lighter volume stock like this, we could see very big spreads. So we just want to manage risk accordingly. We're still halted. Looks like a 15-minute long halt. CPTN warrants. Yeah, moving up, cheaper. So ANGH. Nice. This is definitely a reminder of what's possible when we have momentum, for sure. I mean, I'll say again, while these are halted, that my results are not typical. $35,000 in profit is a lot. It's not typical. My experience trading has not been typical, but so you should assume as a beginner trader that you'll lose money. With that assumption in mind, trade in a simulator before you put real money on the line. Take it very slow. You know, on these ones, they're very volatile. They're very risky. And I've gotten pretty good at trading stocks that are parabolic like this. Haven't traded this one very well, as I've already said several times, but I'm doing the best I can on it, given that the volume is a little light, the spreads are a little big. If this had 50 million shares of volume, you know, 5 times more volume, it would be, I could probably easily take 5 times as big of positions, right? So that would be good. But my guess is that a lot of traders miss this. A lot of traders probably shut it down early. Maybe they saw this move and it was like, this is too risky. I can't trade this. It's too volatile, and shut it down. So, you know, I'm sticking around a little longer today. I haven't gotten up. Been sitting here since 8 a.m. and I'm trying to scrape as much profit together as I can on the one day that we finally have some momentum. So ISPO halted up at 83.63, showing an $83 resumption. ANGH halted up at 16.87, showing a $17 resumption. CPTN halted up at 12 and showing a $20 resumption. So some would probably vote for me to take the profit off the table here and not overstay my welcome. RGV, let's get that one. RGV, so I don't know what the float is. It's halting up and it's a nicey Amex stock. So I'm leaving that one alone. But notice that this is a recent IPO, so it's a very similar pattern, right? This is the pattern right now that people are trading. It's similar on ANGH. It's similar on NVCT, which I tried trading earlier. NVCT didn't work out as well. It's similar on MHUA. MHUA also didn't work out as well. Similar pattern. ISPO. Be mindful that these could get halted pending news. And if that was the case, they probably wouldn't resume, have a resumption for hours. You don't want to get caught in that kind of halt. ACLX, another some sort of similar one. ANGH, waiting for a pullback. The thing on ANGH, that candle just had a big top at 1853. Even though it doesn't look like it really hit that level, it forms a huge topping tail. So waiting on that one for a bit. 5-minute candle's kind of broken. So your high was 1853. Look at that on ANGH. ANGH added right there for the break of 1850 for a squeeze up to 1889. Next halt, 1889. Yep, there you go. So ANGH, let's go into the halt. There you go, 1889. Grab some profit on that. Halting, not wanting to hold into halts, but taking the gain. New high 89, new order 19. 1890. ISPO suddenly showing a $70 resumption. Okay, we opened and halted down. That's why it's showing that. I missed it. It was such a quick resumption that I missed it. Matt, up 90,000 today. Good for you. We'll have to check in with some of our all-star students and see where they're at today. CPTN, the volume is just too light on it. ANGH. Big spreads. Watching 19. Added on ANGH for the break of 19. Look at that, 1964. See 1964 on the ask, holding 1,100 shares. Now watching 1984. Watch for 1984 on ANGH. Holding 1,000 shares. Watching for the halt level to move up, new order at 20. Watching dips. Added at 48. Took the gain at 66. Now holding 15 average, watching to add at 75 for the break over 20. This is a 10-second micro pullback. A little bit of a dip. Reducing down to 300 shares, taking a little loss. A little bit of a dip. Back to flat. It happens. It happens. It's risk. That's what happened to me earlier on ANGH. That's why I was down 4,500 on it at the beginning of this recap. It was a trade just like that. I got in and then the bottom fell out. This one moves. It moves fast and it might go back up. Who knows? It might go back to 1984. It might go higher, but I don't know. Now you've got topping tail on the 5, red. I started the recap an hour and 45 minutes ago. I was just going to do a recap and then started just talking about ISPO and started trading it. Was at $12,000 at the beginning of my recap. Now I'm up at 4. So we'll see what ANGH wants to do. The high is 1984. So yeah, thank you. And those watching the recap, whether you're watching it, a week from now or a year from now, hit the thumbs up if you enjoy it. I hope you do. Trading is volatile. Trading is risky. And this is the kind of trading that is sort of most extreme, but it can be a lot of fun. So these are the type of days that really make a huge difference. So I'm still watching ANGH over 1984. These ones can just be so volatile. If they want to squeeze out early short sellers, so be it. NRGV. So NRGV, I see that resumption. I mean, I see it. I missed it. That one's lighter volume and is going without me, I guess. It's all-time highs here. I'm not sure what the float is on it. It's not listed. High was this candle 1309, but volatile. ISPO is showing 6250. ANGH pulling back. $25 million share float. Okay, that's not bad. But yeah, so the high right now is a little over 13. Quick long there, 1317 to 1350. Now looking for 1382, adding. So let's try to ride the momentum up to 14. See if we get a halt up on NRGV. Next add is 1375. When we start getting this kind of momentum, I start getting a little bit more aggressive. Watching 1365. Average is 43. Added there at 48. So holding 2,800 shares, there's 58. Holding 2,600. Little chop on this one, probably a small loss, maybe a break-even trade. See if I get a dip off the pullback back up to 1350. So when I have a trade like this, sometimes I'll average down on it. I'll add and then try to catch the next pop back up. Depends on how much share size I have. I'm just going to cut the $500 loss. I just don't really care. ANGH. Nice on ANGH. But look at that. I mean, look at that candle. It just hit a high of 20 and now it's back at 1835, 1850. Woo. So it's got something in it, but boy, look at that reversal. ISPO halted at 13.19, so it's been halted for over 5 minutes, 10-minute long halt. This is the type of day where it makes sense to dig deep, try to put in a little extra time, because these are the days where it matters. You know, it doesn't matter. When the market's cold, it doesn't matter. You can sit here as long as you want. It doesn't matter. So let's see what we get. Nice, Rob. Good work. Up 10,000 on the day. Good for you. ISPO. Some people would dip that at 66. Take profit at 70. Well, look, 70.40, then 66.50 on the bid. So you've got a 4-point spread right there. Look at that spread. 66, 67, 70.40. It's hard when you have spreads like that. ANGH. You know, don't want to play with fire, but it doesn't seem like it's quite done yet. Quick long there at 45, just small size. I'm looking to see if we get that parabolic squeeze through 20. Halt levels 2034. When they start holding up like this and they keep retesting, that can be when we get the breakout. So on ANGH, I'll add at 55, 65, 75, and 85 for the breakthrough 20. So watching 55 next. $19.93, $20 is the target. Add it at 55, add it at 65, add it at 75. Now looking for the squeeze through 20. Next add will be 85 and 95 for the break of $20 and a squeeze up to $20.54. Big bid right there, nice. Watching for the add at 85 and 95 and then the break of 20 on ANGH. Add right there, quick squeeze, 2034. Can we get a little bit more out of it? There's a bid. There's 55. Want to take some gains as we get them. Very nice. Now watching on a pullback, my average is 1965. So the high of this candle took some profit is 2055. Adding back will be 2055. Added right there. Now looking for a squeeze up to 2115. Trading at smaller size right here to manage risk. So we're going to start targeting our previous high there of $23. Taking a little off the table, going into that halt level. Now new order goes at 21.50. Watching added right there. Now looking for the squeeze up to 21.50. See when it breaks, added right there. Yep, there you go. So now 21.50, halt level up. You've got a bid stack holding 2,000 shares. Next order is 21.50, looking for the halt level to move up and squeeze up to 22. Waiting for the halt level to move up so I can add for a squeeze to 22 and then $23 target added right there. Now looking for 21.75. So see how this is increasing, speeding up. 65 is the next added right there. 21.67 is the halt level. 21.76. So trading the range, reducing size. New order goes at 22. Not a huge winner, but a winner. ISPO. Okay, look at that. Halted up. ANGH, let's let it pull back. The fact that ISPO is back at 82 is big. ANGH, the high was 76. Dip at 51. Now looking for the squeeze through 22. Good. Gains, 21.97, 22.94, 22.24. New order 22.50. This was a micro pullback dip right there. Letting it dip. Remember how much this one can drop in one candle. Orders ready, 1,500 shares, 22.50. 7 million shares of volume, ANGH up 100%. NRGV coming back up a little bit, not quite enough. CPTN is still halted. Anything I'm missing? Let me know if you see something I should be looking at. Nice on NRGV. So the high there was way up at 83. I'll take a quick long at 45 on NRGH, adding at 75. And now let's see if we get the squeeze to 14. This one, add spot now 75 and then 85 for the breakthrough 14. And let's see if we get a halt up. This one's similar to ANGH. It's a nice setup. Watching for the add at 75, added right there, 75. There's 70, there's 87. Can we get the squeeze up to 14? Watching 88 for my next add. Holding at a 55 average. Let's see if we pop back up. Reducing size a bit. Small loss on it, I think. Not much profit anyways. High this candle, L fly. Let's check that real quick. So this is when things get a little crazy. When you've got a lot of stuff moving. ANGH. We'll be watching, just kind of watching all of these. It's hard. How many can you watch at once? And if you start jumping in stuff too high, you can get yourself into trouble. So I pushed on my long on NRGV, trying to get that break of 14 target. I do like the daily setup on it. High was 13.89. I took some profit and then added back, which is typical. New order goes at 14 on NRGV. Added back at 75 for the break of 14, 3,000 shares. Watching for the add at 14 and then 1464. Added there. Now look for the pull away up to 1464. Just holding right now. Looking for that bigger move. Cut the loss on at 2,000. So red on NRGV. ANGH. Back to focus. Resumption coming up in about 2 minutes. CPTN has just been halted this whole time. I don't know when it'll resume. We'll just watch it on resumption. ISPO, let's watch this. Our high is 83.63. Order goes at 84. It's a slight gap down. We've got about 10 seconds to resumption. If we could break through that level right there, then we're looking for a move up into the 90s. Watching resumption. A little bit of a dip added there for the breakthrough 85. Taking a pretty quick gain on it. So that was a dip and rip trade. 82.96 is my average. Now we've got our high of 88, which is the halt level. Down to 1 share again. ANGH, I'm watching. 88, I'm watching. Nice on ISPO. Nice, 90 on the ask. Added rate. Oh, no fill. Okay, so 93.63. ANGH watching resumption. Added on ANGH there. Now looking for 24. ANGH, this one. Here we go. Watch 23.50 for the next add. Added 23.50. Let's see if we get the squeeze up to $24 on ANGH. 23.75 the next add. This is going parabolic side by side with ISPO. Added at 65 for 24. Now looking for 25, 24. Added there, 24. So trading this aggressively, taking out some bigger size on it. Now watching 24.50, added right there, 24 for 24.75, added 24.25. Looking for 25 on ANGH. Very nice on ISPO. Let's see if we get 25 on ANGH. Taking some profit. ISPO, high right now is 96.76. Pulling back. ANGH pulling back at the same time. These charts they're trading in tandem. Okay. ANGH on the left, ISPO on the right. Same with my level 2s. That might be the high on ANGH. It's extended. High is 96.76 on ISPO. New order at 97. All right. Holy moly. Sitting at $55,600 on the day. Disclaimer, reminder, trading is risky. My results are not typical. So what do you guys think on these two? ANGH added right there, 24.50. Let's look for the break at 25. This one, I think we're going to get that break at 25. I think it's going to happen the same time as ISPO. Look, ISPO is curling up right now. There's 95. This one's sort of a proxy. It's lower price. Added at 78, added at 88. There's 25.72 on ANGH. There's 25.46. We need to see both break at the same time. Watching for a dip. Holding right now. Added at 23.49 on ANGH. Looking for the pop back up over 24.30, 24.40. ISPO needs to break through 95.96. ANGH, watch for the add over 24.25. Holding right now. ISPO watching. ANGH is up 114%. Cut the loss on ANGH for now. New order, watching ISPO over 95. Even though I think ANGH is a lower price trade, so it can be like a proxy, I want to make sure that I manage risk if it pulls back too much. That was a topping tail there where it went all the way to 25.72. I got some profit and then it pulled back. ISPO, watching on this pullback for the break of 100. We're getting extended. We're up 650%. Holy moly. Added long there. Now looking for 100. There's 157. Watch for 101. Added at 140. Looking for 102. Now we're looking for 103. So here we go. We're over $100. If we break 105, then we're looking for 106, 107. Holding 500 shares. Looking for an add at 102.50. Added right there to 1,000. Watching for the halt level to move up. Nice on ANGH, the proxy stock. Added at 103, partial fill. ANGH. So reducing some size. ANGH watching for a dip and then a break over 26. The high is 25.95. Holding 19 shares on ISPO. I can't believe we're over 100. That just ripped. I mean, it went so fast right there. Look at 26 on ANGH. Added right there on ANGH for the halt up, 26.60. 4,500 share starter. Watching for a dip. ISPO watching over, let's see. I'm going to cut the loss on it for right now. So just gave back the profit I made on ISPO. And that gave back $4,000. The problem is ISPO just pulled back right here. Needs to break back over 100. Sitting at 55,000 on the day, was at 59 for a second. Holy moly, come on, are you serious? Back to 26.95. Added on ISPO. There's 106. Watch 106, 107. Okay, so now halt up is 106.39 on ISPO. Watching for an add. Added on ISPO 103. Looking for 104, 105. Nice. 106 is the halt level. 107 is the halt level. Watch this at 107. There's 104. Buying the dip, 103.50. Now looking for the break of 107. 104, 105, 107 on ISPO. Watch this over 104. Very nice on ANGH. Good work. We're looking for the break of 104 and then 105. If this breaks 107, 110 and halts up, then we're going to start to look for 120. Watching for ads. Watch 105. There's 105. There's 106. You know, the volume on this, it's not enough to take big size. Went flat. New order at the high, 106.36 for 250 shares. So it hit there a high of 106. It flashed down to 97, a 10-point flash. Then it popped back up. I was getting risk check failed errors on my trades. If we could break 110, watching, added back at 106. Now looking for break of 110. Holding 250 shares, new orders at 110. I want to see this accelerate and pull away from 100 to give us a real short squeeze into a halt. So I don't mind this. I'm only holding 250 shares, right? It can pull back. It can dip. I can always add. ANGH is showing a $28 resumption. So watching down here for ads on ISPO, and then looking for the break over 107, 108. Added it 101.81. Trying to buy the dip. There's 104. Reducing size a little bit on it. Just going to flat for now. Can always get back in. Holy moly. So ANGH, ISPO, NRGV. It's not every day we see this kind of momentum. Problem with ANGH is that ISPO is pulling back a little bit. I mean, it's holding up relatively well, but you know, CPTN, the volume's super light. NRGV has more volume. So ISPO, red candle on the 5 there. ANGH, halt resumption could be in about a minute, but I'm not sure what it's going to do. Reminder for those watching the recap, trading is risky. Most beginner traders lose money. My results are not typical, so you should assume as a beginner trader you will also lose money. With that assumption in mind, trade in a simulator before you put real money on the line. ANGH, got kind of caught in that top and then stopped out and then rips right back up. So I think I gave back like 4,000 on it. It's all-time highs, I believe. We've got possible halt resumption here. It's showing $28. I'll watch to see if we get a dip, and then I can get a dip and rip. There's a little bit of a wall there at 28. 27.49 on the bid, 29 on the ask. Big spread. 29.67.30. 166% gain. Sitting. Waiting for the next good opportunity. Remember, ISPO is the one that was leading the way, and it's pulling back right now. It's going a little slow. So this one taking focus. This is good to see for sure. Let's just keep watching. You could have done a long there over 30, right? Quick break of highs for a quick break trade. Looks like another halt. So right now I'm about $2,000 off my high of day. ANGH warrants. Yeah. I'll take, actually, they're not letting me buy any. Risk check fail. Let's see. No, can't buy any. It's not letting me fill. I don't know. These are cheap. I don't usually go for warrants, but ISPO pulling back a bit more. So I feel a little annoyed I didn't do better. Some big moves here, and this is not even close to my biggest green day I've ever had, but I want to be grateful for what I've got. Okay, so we have a divergence here. ISPO is now falling. ANGH is continuing to rise from $12, come on, to 30, 150. If I had only known, I would have held for the whole thing. Who was that? Matt, up $117,000. Wow. Good for you. Good for you. CPTN. Yeah. The thing with the light volume is it's hard to take big size. So I don't really regret too much missing that because I wouldn't have been, it's only got 100,000 shares of volume. I wouldn't have been able to take big size. So that's fine. ANGH, I think we may see a halt down on this, and I'm fine with letting that happen and then watching resumption. And Quinn, $600 is a great day. It's a green day. It's a great day. And, it's practice. Keep practicing. So let's see. Those watching the recap and live trading here, please hit the thumbs up. I hope you've really enjoyed this. I'm going to try to put together something special at the end of this stream that I can give you guys. So make sure you stay tuned for the end. I think I can probably do something a little special here, and or at least fast forward to the end if you're watching it on the replay. So we're getting a little bit of a pullback here off the top. This is This is normal. This is nothing I'm concerned about. And it may be the top, and that's fine. It's right now about 2 o'clock. So we have 2 hours to the close. We may see more opportunity today. Obviously, there's been a lot going on. So let's just keep watching and see what happens. When it's obvious that there's nothing left, then that'll be the time to call it a day. A halt down is predictable, but I'm going to watch in case it false halts. It's thinning out a little bit. Hand is on the trigger. Oh, that was so close. It started thinning out. It didn't quite do it. It was close. But this is the right place to wait, because if you get in a little too early on a halt down like this, we could get a gap down. We get a gap down the same as we did on ISPO, that gap down. If it false halts, you can get a spring back up off that low, and that can be very powerful. But if it doesn't, then that's that. So ISPO showing an $87 resumption, which is flat. 86.30. The halt was 55.03. Resumption should be around 2. ISPO showing 86.30 resumption price. Resumption at 26 on ANGH. Watching flat resumption here. So look at that. See, the thing is, look at the spread. It's 87 by 93. So there's not a lot of sellers because the spread's big, but there's not a lot of buyers either. Look at the volume. It's 0. 200 shares, 10,000 in the last candle. Right now, it's just waiting. People are like, what's going to happen? Is it going to rally back up like it did before, or is it done? So far, a nice bounce, but the volume is light. So our high is 107, 108, 108. Alt resumption price on ANGH is showing at 26.20. So this may very well be the backside of the move. It was slightly lighter volume, but that makes sense because it's higher priced. Not as many people can afford 1,000 shares at $100 versus at 50. So it makes sense that you'd have like half the volume. So if we can get back over 100 and stay over 100, then we're looking at a retest of the high. Putting my order at 102 on ISPO. Small size, added right there, starter, 99.40. Let's see if we rip through 100. There's 101, taking 75 shares off the table. 101.77. Now, if it holds here, then we can watch over 102. small gains. That's fine. Just testing the water, trying to get comfortable. And what do you know? ANGH resumption is now 28.85, right? So if ISPO ends up actually going through 107, ANGH is probably going to move up as well, but just be careful. So ANGH, I'm holding right now 9 shares of ISPO, so reducing size a little bit. ANGH, watching possible resumption. It was a halt at 27.45. We could watch back over 29 and then back over 30, but it's sympathy to ISPO, so ISPO needs to be a little stronger. So just watching. I don't want to get caught too high. This thing could reverse quick and hard. So the high of that candle is 31.54. Watching 31.50. Look at that flash down. It's 28.75. So it's waiting on ISPO to break. CPTN showing a $50 resumption. That's high, no doubt about it. Still holding 9 shares of ISPO. The high of this candle was 101.77. My order's at 102. This is the 20 moving average right here. Cut the loss there, $100. So waiting for the next setup to form. Yeah, like I said on CPTN, it's just a volume issue. You know, I saw it at 1171. I could have punched it at 12, but I was like, I don't know. Doesn't have a lot of volume. I'm not sure. And so I didn't. And well, now it's at 27 showing $50 resumption, but that's okay. We'll get the next one. So right now, if I wanted to buy 10,000 short 10,000 shares of ISPO, it would cost me $16,500 in borrow fees and commissions. If I wanted to short 10,000 shares of ANGH, it would cost me $2,200, not as much. So this last 5-minute candle is one of the most unattractive of the day, a topping tail right there. I don't like that very much. Those watching the recap on YouTube, please hit the thumbs up. It makes a huge, huge difference for the channel. It's how you tell YouTube that this is a video worth watching. CPTN, yeah, I mean, I see it quoting $180. I wouldn't expect it to open there, but I see that. That'll trigger some FOMO. ISPO pulling back more, halting down. So this is a divergence as we pull back here. The 20 moving average is around 77. Naturally, ANGH, sympathy momentum, is pulling back as well. Yep, NVCT. I mean, I think it's worth watching to see if anything else gets attention. NRGV is the one that I'm red on so far. NVCT over 748 starts to look better on the daily and it's lower priced. So I would just test the water with smaller size if I trade it initially and see how well it holds up. So bought at 72, 3,000 shares, NVCT as a starter. I would add 85 and 95. And then see if we get a move into a halt. So added at 85, added at 95. The halt level is 735. So I'll look to add at 715 and 725 on NVCT. So watch 705, 715, halt level 735. Added right there. Now there's 727. Added there, going into the halt, holding, now taking profit, going into the halt. New order goes at 750. Trying to add back, going into the halt, 1,500 shares. Let's see if I fill any. I meant to sell half, but I sold the whole thing. New order goes at 775. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Daily pivot is at 748 right here. If we can break over that, the next level is 755 and then $10.35. New order will be at 775. So this one's a little lower priced, can afford more shares on it, which is good. NGH, this one needs to, I mean, it's a ways away. NVCT is showing 750. I've got my new order, 785. I'll move it up. I'm going to move it up to 8, actually. Because if we could break through 748, 750, 775, 8, then we've got room to 855. Over 855, we've got room to 1035. This one is a somewhat recent IPO. A recent IPO is obviously the setup on ISPO. It's the setup on CPTN. It's the setup that is hot right now. The halt down on ANGH was 26.23, showing 25.12 resumption. So this one, I want to be a little careful because it is a bit of a divergence. That this is going up while the stock that it has sympathy to is going down. However, it's a little bit lower priced. It's a nice daily chart. We've traded it a few times already once today, and it was squeezing up. So let's see if it wants to go higher. What sometimes happens is traders collectively will shift focus as one starts to fade, move on to the next one. So it's always trying to stay one step ahead and figure out what is the next one going to be. And if NVCT holds, then good, and got on it early. ANGH price 25.30. Quick dip there, no fill. Tried to fill at 25.30 just for a quick dip off the low. Target would have been 26.30, $1 a share. Could have gotten it, didn't get filled on my order. That's fine. NVCT showing 750, watching new order at 755. I wouldn't chase ANGH. It was just a bounce off the low type of setup. If it actually forms a 5-minute pattern, I mean, that's awesome, but I'll wait for that. ISPO is sort of definitely a factor, but there it is back at $92. It's not ready to quit. Needs to break over 101.7. So my new order would be 102 on ISPO. And NVCT, watching this for resumption in about 20 seconds. So I think we have wind at our back a little bit on NVCT, given the fact that ISPO is popping back up here. So watching resumption in 12 seconds. This is a bull flag on ANGH, but I'm going to leave it alone. New order on NVCT is at 775. Okay, I got filled, 1,500 shares only, taking half off the table at 825. And now I'm going to look for a dip. Added back at 91 for the retest of 825. Taking some of those gains. New orders 825. I'm waiting for the halt level now to move up. And let's see if we get squeezed to 850. Halt level should move up shortly. Added right there. Now looking for 850. Okay. Watch 45 for the add. Added 845. There's 850. There's 867. Can we get 875? Move up to 9. Holding 6,000 shares. Added at 61 right there. Looking for 75. There's 64. 89 is the halt level. Took some profit. There we go. Very nice. New order at $9. Those are dip and rip trades. So taking profit, adding back. High is 89. Dip trade at 65. Bought the dip. Now looking for the breakthrough 9. Daily target 1035. Watch over 915 for a squeeze up to 10. Holding 1,800 shares right now. Going into the halt potentially, taking a little off, sizing down. Added there for the halt up, now 36. Added at 24. Holding 500 shares. Watching still ISPO out of the corner of my eye. Taking some profit. New order at 950. It's not halting. Halt level should move up, but it might false halt and dip. I'll watch to see if I can buy that dip. 1035 is the daily target at this point. Added right there for the break of 950. So watch now. There's 949. Halt level's 949. Let's see if we get 950 as NVCT hits new highs. Holding 3,000 shares, looking to add over 49 if the halt level moves up. I don't want to hold into a halt with big size, so taking gains. New orders at 51. 1035 is still the daily target. Dip trade at 36. Looking for the break through 950 up to 964. 964 is the halt level now. So just trading the range, buying the dips, taking the gains. New order goes at 65. Holding 200 shares. ISPO, still watching corner of my eye. So from 7 to 940, that was good. 975 is the halt level. We'll let it pull back and watch for a dip. We're at 30. This is the first 1 minute candle to make a new high forming here. Watch over 950 for the add. Added at 55, now looking for 65 and 75, halt up. This is a 1 minute candle setup, first 1 minute candle to make a new high. Added at 55, there's 65. Holding 3,000 shares. There's 58, holding 400 shares, so took some profit. High of this candle is 68. We were setting a first 1 minute candle pattern, but then pulled back a little off that level. So we'll let it pull back. We'll watch for another dip entry. Added at 40. Just trying to buy the dips. Looking for the pop back to 955, 960. There's 945. See if we get 46, 47. Back to flat for now. Small loss. 26. We'll let it pull back. Watch for another opportunity. We're still on a 1 minute pullback with a high of 68. If it breaks back over 50, I would expect a little more momentum. Dip trade at 85, 99, buying the dip. So I like to try to buy dips like that, bottoming tail candles, and then add over 910, 915. Added there 908 for the break of 910. So those can be nice little dip trades. There's 922, and then I can add at 35 and 40. Let's just see how this candle forms. Added there. Oh, no fill. Tried. Taking profit. Look to add back over 950. You'll see if it holds. Average is 901. Yep, I see ISPO. ANGH halted as well. Watching for the next dip entry on NVCT. Nine moving average is at 883. CPTN showing 30.33 on the ask. This may be at a risk point for halting down. I'm not a buyer here. Volume is still very light, but there's a halt, it looks like, at $30.33. Those audio alerts are coming from my scanners. For those watching on YouTube, you can see right here. Nice, another halt on CPTN, 4 in a row. QNGY. Nice. Has a little bit of resistance on the daily, not quite as clean. The warrants just don't seem to have been as easy right now, so I'm going to leave those alone. Sitting at $70,531. NVCT, $8 coming back down, watching in case it false halts for a dip off of 28. Orders at 30. Real halt. So pulling back with ANGH and ISPO. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate that. All right. So right now I'm sitting tight again. It's 2:30 just about. And we've had a heck of a day. A 500% short squeeze. I think it might have been even 700% for a second. So I'm all flat now, cash, not holding any open positions, just watching. And, no doubt curious to see how this does because it's still holding up at $80. Still holding 571%. ESSC doesn't really look like a recent IPO. And you're right, it's only 10 million shares of volume on ISPO. This is when you think about how much DWAC moved, on this day, it had 48 million shares of volume. 48 million shares of volume is 5 times more volume. I know it's not the end of the day, but that's a lot of volume. And that made it easier to trade. That made it easier to get in and out with bigger positions. There's better liquidity, tighter spreads. It's still big, but tighter. So we've certainly seen 50, 100 million shares of volume traded on a fairly regular basis in the last year. But this one started on light volume. It kind of crept higher, but it didn't even cross over 1 million shares until, around when I got in, around 30, whatever it was, 3146-ish, 30 something in that area. So it just never got, it just didn't get a ton of volume. And then it got too expensive. So it priced out a lot of traders. NVCT, nice. Nice little bounce there off the VWAP. We'll keep it on watch to see if it forms a 5-minute setup. If it does, and ISPO makes another attempt higher, then we're going to be in good shape. Which one, Manoli, are you looking at? NVCT, yep. Yep, nice bounce. So nice kind of flashing higher. Quick long for me there, looking for the squeeze into the halt at 943. If it wants to bounce like that, let's see what it wants to give us. Add spot would be 25, 35, and 45. Add at 25. Next ad's 35 on NVCT. Looking for this to added right there, 35. Now there's a seller. Let's see if it breaks that level. Watching for an add at 40. Halt level's 43. So just actively trading this range. Let's watch for a dip and then a breakthrough 950. Halt level's 975. Watching for a dip. Added at 30. Now looking for the breakthrough 45 and 50. Let's see if we can get a squeeze through the highs on NVCT. That would be nice. That's my back of mind target, a squeeze through the highs. Let's see, let me move this one up here. AREN. Watching lighter volume. Quick long there on AREN for the squeeze into the halt. And we'll see if it halts and opens higher. NVCT still holding, looking for a dip. Added at 72 to buy the dip for the curl back up to 9. Looking at NVCT for a possible squeeze a little bit higher. High of this candle is 942. So watch NVCT over $9. So bought the dip, now looking for the break back over 9. AREN will be watching on resumption to see if we get some more opportunities. It's a recent IPO setup, which is what we like right now. Watching for add on NVCT at 95 for the break over 9. And the 5-minute setup is forming for a bull flag. Watching. Added at 99. Next add 99.15, 99.20, and we're going to look for the squeeze back to 9.50. Added at 9.15 right there. There's 9.25. Now I want to see a squeeze back to 35 and 45. My next add is going to be 30. Added right there at 30. Next add's 45 for the breakthrough 950 on NVCT. Added right there. There's 60. Very nice. Now watch for a dip and then a break of 68. Added at 57. So adding into the highs here for the squeeze up to $10. Our daily target is 1035 on NVCT. Next add will be 65 and 75. Bought the dip at 905, a little bit of an irrational sell-off. There was a seller that popped up. I still think we've got a good shot at getting through 968. So nice action on this overall. Take the loss at 99. We'll look to add back at 968. New order at 975. AREN. Curious if we see something like what we saw in CPTN. So new order is going to be at $10.50 for resumption. NVCT still on side chart. We got that nice 1 minute candle breakout up to 68. I added at the high, looking for that extension up to 75, 85, 95, 10, 1035 target daily level. Didn't get it. That's okay. Didn't get it on the first try. We'll keep it on watch and can always get back in. Yep, this is still my recap. So still doing a recap and, as it turns out, live trading. We've got about 90 minutes left in the day. Because AREN is a recent IPO. So its all-time high is 10. Volume on this one is a little lighter. My average is 980. I took some gains into the halt. I was in the NVCT trade at the same time. But we'll look for resumption and then see where it resumes and then look for dip and rip. We have 20 seconds to resumption, approximately. ISPO is still on a side chart. 10 seconds to possible resumption on AREN. So this one I got off of my scanners. That's how I found it. So watching 1025, add at 1035 right there. Now let's see if we get a next add at 1075 for 11. Holding right now, looking for the break of 1050. Watching for 35 and 45 for ads. Holding 2,000 shares. Watching for 30, added at 30, right there for 35. There's 47. Spreads are a little bit bigger on this one. Don't usually like that, taking some gains on it. Reducing size, let's see how much higher it wants to go. New order around 11. High was 95. So we're at all-time highs on this. Stop to break even on the rest. NVCT back at the gap down around VWAP. Could be worth a dip if it false halts. Watching Starter at 810 on NVCT for a false halt. There we go. Now look for add at 45, 845. Nice big bid pops up, add at 845 on NVCT, false halt. So next add is 860, added at 860. Now looking for 75. That was a dip off the VWAP, and it turned out to be a false halt. A very nice trade. Average is 825. It took some profit as it hit that high there. Now watching for the next possible dip. Nice, Chad. Good work. 30,000 share buyer came out on the level 2 as well. It's right at the volume weighted average price. I could set a 10-cent stop on this and hold the rest. We haven't come to power hour yet. Power hour is 3 to 4. ISPO. It's pulled back to the 20 moving average, pulled back a little bit more than I'd like. I have a stop at on NVCT, leaving it there. CPTN showing a 42.83 resumption, but the volume is so light. I haven't counted the trades today, how many I've taken, but my max position size I set at 15,000 shares today, and I never exceeded that. And certainly on ISPO, that wasn't hard. I wouldn't have taken 15,000 on that one anyways, but kept share size a little bit lower, and I'm having a very good day, green day. ANGH, right? Tandem. One pops, the other one pops. So waiting now for power hour to see if we get another squeeze. Reminder for those tuning in on YouTube. In case you didn't already know, trading is risky. Most beginner traders lose money, and my results are not typical, so you shouldn't try to blindly follow me or anyone else. You should practice in a simulator before you put real money on the line. Still have my stop on NVCT. Still holding. It's been a while since we had this much momentum in one day. CPTN. 44.33 on the ask. Holy smokes. Just don't get caught when it turns around. That's all I'll say. I don't like that NVCT double topped. That's not my favorite pattern there. We'll still keep it on watch, but I just don't like the double top. So these are our scanners running right now. So typically, a day like today could easily mark the end of a cold period, and we could have several days or weeks even of good momentum. So we'll see. I'm hopeful, but you never know. $20,000 on the day. Nice, Chad. You never know, Rob. I mean, we'll see what happens. But, the fact is, if I have one day like this each month, it's 12 months out of the year, that's almost $1 million. Typically, what ends up happening is days like this are clustered together. So I'll have, a week or 2 weeks of really, really hot days, and I'll far exceed what my average would be in those days. But then there'll be a stretch where it'll be just super slow, and I won't make anything, or I'll lose money. Right? Of course, you can lose money, and so today, some of today's profit is digging me out of the hole from yesterday and the day before, which were both red days. Some of today's profit is digging me out of the hole from a couple losses I took at the beginning of January. But this today will put me at all-time high of the year, all-time high in my account. So it's a good day. It's a good recovery. BRCC, yes, also a somewhat recent IPO. All-time high there is 1925. Maybe worth watching. Could be a little riskier, but it's a double top right now around 18. So I'm just going to watch the level 2 initially. 1720 up to 18. It's up 11%. It's a nicey stock. Not much really happening yet. Keep it on watch. ANGH pulling back a little bit. ISPO curling a little bit. NVCT, I'm still holding my stop at break even. NVCT I'm watching, but it needs to curl back through 875 and 9. BRCC. So starter there for me at 90. Looking for the breakthrough 18. So my starter is 3,000 shares. And then I'll look to add at 18 and see if we squeeze through the flat top and move up to 19. Add it at 98. And then looking for 1815. If we get 1815, that could be another spot to add. So watch $18.15 and 1820. This type of setup, we want to see it get right back up over 18. There's 1804. My average is 95. And what I would look for on this is whether or not it can break higher, but there's 18 on the ask. It just seems a little choppy right now. We'll see if it pops back up to 1805. But I'm going to go flat on it for now. Just choppy. It's choppy. So, you can see sometimes initially they're a little choppy and then they start to break away. So let's watch over 1850. We'll just see if it wants to open up a bit more. Made $100 on it, but float's a little higher on this one too. CPTN, I don't know. I'm not sure why the halts are as long as they are. I guess because it's an imbalance and it keeps gapping higher. FTK is too cheap. So BRCC, you know, if you didn't take your gain, now it's back to break even. Just a little choppy. NVCT, a little bit of curling. Nice. Added back on NVCT there for the break over 9. And looking for 910. There we go. So just actively trading the range on this. A little choppy, but you know, if it wants to open up, I'll see how much I can make on it. Next add is 920, then 925, 930. You have to be mindful that we did have that double top previously. Added at 909 to anticipate the break of 915. So got in a little early there. There's 16, looking for 17, 18. This is a 1 minute micro pullback here. You can see it on the 10-second chart. So looking for the breakthrough 920. Little chop again. Back to small size for now. The longer it holds up, the better it looks for possible trades into the close. ISPO still holding at 500%. So for those watching the recap on YouTube, I'm going to give you a link here. So if you would like to learn a little bit more about my strategy, momentum trading, I'd encourage you to check out this page here, warriortrading.com/strategy. Added right there. Now looking for the squeeze to 950. Next add is 45 and 55. 976 is the halt level. See, we're pulling away here. So watching for 40, add at 45. Next add is 55. This is that curling off of the moving average. There's 49, adding at 49. Watch the seller at 50 come down. And then I'm going to add for the break of 50, target 68. Let's see if we get a squeeze up to $10. Watching for dip adds. Added at 21. Let's see. New order at 50, 950. Holding on a little bit of a pullback here, but looking for a retest of 950 and then a squeeze through 968, 970. Nice high volume on that candle is good. Let's see if we can reclaim 920. I'd like to see some nice momentum going into the close, and NVCT has good potential for it. 1035 is our daily target. So let's see if NVCT can curl back over 925, 930. ISPO, we'll still keep that on watch. Have it on another chart. Putting my order at 952. The RCC, worth watching over 19. The loss on it. We lost about 10,000 on that trade. I think that might be the biggest loss I've had today. But risk management is important. You got to cut the losses if it's not holding up. So warriortrading.com/strategy is a strategy page. If you want to learn more about the strategy that I trade every day. So it's 3 o'clock. We're coming into power hour. Nice job, Rafal. $2,000 is good. Nice, Max. Good job. $20,000. That's great. Good work. ISPO pulling back, ARGH pulling back. The RCC still holding up relatively well, but only made $100 on that trade that I took on it, so not sure I'm that interested in it. CPTN still halted at 52. I mean, it seems like a short, but you know, it's if you find shares available to borrow. volume is so light, but the first halt down will most likely be a big gap. Yeah, NVCT kind of annoying there. False breakout. MTech hitting scans. Price is a little lower. But watch it over 215. I'll take a quick trade on it there, 220. Add spot will be 227, 225. And now looking for 227 and 230. Let's see if it squeezes into a halt over 230. It's 219 on the bid by 225. So high of this candle's 226. New order to add is 226. So hitting the scanners, 1 million share float, up 25%. Somewhat recent IPO. If it starts to curl a little bit more, there's 27. Can we get 28? Can we get 30? No, lost $100 on it. So kind of just not getting a lot of action here. Taking a couple stabs at things, but yeah, BRCC, about 1,500 shares there for the break of 1850. It's a flat top breakout. We'll see if it goes to 1875, and if it does, then can look at 19 and 20. Sometimes it's just kind of taking stabs, seeing if you can figure out where the momentum is. Watching the break of 1850. We'll see if it pops through that level and squeezes up to 1875. There we go. There's 75. Watching for ads. Nice bid. So there's 90 on the ask. Taking some profit. New order at 19. Added back there. Now looking for 1950. So, it took a second and then we got the breakout. High of this candle's 1938. New order's 1940. There's a bid at 19. Bought the dip at 1917. Now for 1950. All-time highs. Next add is 1965. We'll see if we get to move up to 20. Added at 44. Now looking for the squeeze up to $20. Next add is 75 and 85. So watch now for the add at 20 for a squeeze up to $20.50. We're getting some parabolic momentum here. Bought the dip at 80. Watch the pop through 20. This is what we wanted to see. So watch over 75 and then 85 for the break of $20. And then we want to see $20.50. Add at 77 right there. Next add is 88 and 90 for the squeeze through 20. We'll see if we can get a little bit of a parabolic push up to $20.50. Watch for the add over 95. There's 86 on the ask. There's 90. There's 20, a little over 20. Nice. Holding 2,000 shares. Little chop. Buying the dip at 30 for the pop back up. 20,000 share bid right there, added at 49. So when I see a bid like that, I get a little more aggressive. Looking for 65 and 70. Let's see if we can retest 70. Back to flat on it. Made a little, gave back. think I gave back 2,500. Dip at 76. There's 91. Small gain. ISPO. 74.32, flat bottom. All right, CPTN. So finally was trading, started to pull back, and then right back up to another halt. It looked like it was going to halt down and then curled right back up. I would be concerned about it getting halted on a T12 or halted pending news. BRCC needs to get back over 20, but you don't like it when it drops like that. That's never fun. 2025 was the high. New order goes at 2025. Yeah, so this is it's a flat bottom at 74-ish. The pivot on this is at 88. So if it curled through 88, then you're starting to look at a move back to 100. Our high was 108. We could see after hours momentum on it potentially, so I think it is worth keeping an eye on. And if we do, then ANGH is also worth watching. The pivot on this one is around 25.50. See, ISPO starts popping up and then ANGH follows. ISPO halt up, added on ANGH for just a quick trade there. Wasn't able to position myself for a bigger trade, just quick trade. Let's see whether or not ISPO actually halts. Watching 25.50 on ANGH. So a little bit of a false halt there on ISPO. Hit a high of 85.77. So ISPO 85.77, 250 shares would be a level I would watch. The NVCT, we'll see. I mean, I know the level it needs to break. BRCC coming back up as well. So we have 4, BRCC, NVCT, ISPO, ANGH. ANGH and ISPO are the two that are sort of the most obvious. Put long on ANGH there as ISPO is curling up again. Watch ISPO for the breakthrough 85.77, and then ANGH for the breakthrough 25.50. ISPO doing 200 shares, watching for my long. Haven't bought yet on ISPO. Spread's a little big. ANGH, nice though, nice pop. Maybe ANGH is just the better one to focus on. So ANGH watching over 26 as ISPO is kind of at this level. Added there, 26, now looking for 26.50. There's 26.25, 26.40, next adds 26.56. There's 27 on ANGH. Watch for the halt up. And ISPO watching for an add over 85.70. ANGH, watch for the add over 26.75 for the squeeze up to 27. There we go, ISPO breaking, good. I'm gonna add 200 shares on ISPO and look for ANGH to squeeze through 27. Nice. ISPO, my order didn't fill for the 250. ANGH still holding 1,200 shares. Canceling my buy order on ISPO. ANGH added there. Now looking for the squeeze of 28. Halt levels 28. Let's see if we get the halt at $28. Watch for a dip on ANGH and then the break of 28. ISPO looks good. Flat for now. Scanner, BRCC, son of a gun. BRCC up to 2050. ISPO, 88 was our trigger there. The high is 89. Watching both ANGH and ISPO. High on ANGH is 28. New orders at 28. ISPO, new order is at 90. BRCC, watching over 50. Added on BRCC, looking for 65 and 70. BRCC, let's see if we get up to $21. 1,300 shares I'm still holding. Profit at 21. 21.10, taking a little more profit on BRCC. Looking for the next opportunity on BRCC. Added on BRCC there for 22. Nice. 22.45. There's the halt level. NVCT has a little ways to go. BRCC added at 38, looking for 2280. Watch over 2250 on BRCC for parabolic momentum, added at 50. So on something like this, I try to ride that momentum. There's 80, a little more profit, which is good. Reducing size, stop, break even the rest. It's extended. ISPO on watch. Back over 90. ISPO definitely double bottomed. Watching ANGH. Stopped on the rest of BRCC. So these are sort of the two that I'm watching the most closely. Topping tail on BRCC, that's kind of how it's been trading. CPTN, son of a gun. We saw it when it hit 12. We saw it when I could have bought it at 1190. I saw it before it halted. Well, halting down now. NVCT, we'll keep that one on watch as well. So ANGH and ISPO are the two I'm watching kind of going into the close. Nice, Hensey. Good job. That's amazing. Good work. BRCC back at 19. Guy H. I don't know. 63 million share float is a recent IPO. I'm going to leave it alone for right now. NVCT volume has declined. It's a bit hard to trust. Nice. Congratulations. Good for you. $155,000. That's impressive. That is very good. NVCT. Just watching. Needs to break back over 90 and then 9. Orders at 905, limit order. Watching to see if I can buy up the seller at 90. Look along there. Now watch 915. And if we can get to 925, I'll add over 925 and 930 for a retest of 950, second attempt. It's jumpy, and I think it has potential. Let's see what it wants to do. High that candle was 90 or 915. So as we go into the close, 30 minutes to the bell, this one needs to break over 915, 925, and then rip through the high here, which is not out of the question. Caught the dip at 78. Looking for the pop back through 903, 905. BRCC, a little tricky on that one. No resumption price. Still watching ISPO. NVCT, watching for the pop back over 9. Gotta cut it. So lost. I'm giving back a little too much on NVCT. Was one of my bigger winners, but was not holding up. That's okay. Sometimes it's like that. Still green on it, but gave back probably more than half the profit off the top. So sitting at 73,000 right now. It got back up to 77 or 78, but really the only hope at this point would be if ISPO is able to curl back up into the 90s. And then we would get some more opportunities both on that one and on ANGH. So this is in my, I am trading in my retirement account today. So this is $73,000, no tax, which is makes it that much sweeter. So we've got 30 minutes to the closing bell. ISPO is holding 567% right now. It's a bummer that it did that false breakout right there. I had tried to buy the break of whatever it was, 85.77. My order didn't fill. It went up to 89. But 89.08 is a level to watch. We're not that far off of that level. Reminder as always, trading is risky. Most beginner traders lose money and my results are not typical. You shouldn't try to blindly follow me or anyone else. Trade in a simulator before you put real money on the line. He's at 155,000 on the day. He says the best day he's ever had. Just phenomenal. Really great. The student outperforming the teacher. I'm proud of him. So you can see we're getting a little bit of a curl here, but not sure if it's going to stick or not. High on this candle's 85. So starter on ANGH at 26.25, 1,500 shares. Added there at 26.50. Now ISPO is coming up a little bit higher. Watching ANGH for a retest, there's 27. Watch for an add over 27 for a move up to 28. So there's 96. What we're looking for in ANGH is a retest of 27.50. ISPO, I'm watching for an add on this one over 87. Orders at 87. ANGH, watching for a dip and then a break of $27. So we're kind of coming into this curling in the last 30 minutes. So I'm looking for this squeeze through 27. Watch for an add. There's 27.03. Let's see if we can get 27.25. There's 28. The way this thing rips is pretty remarkable. So the high of that candle was 28.43, right up to the halt level. My average is 26.54. So the high there is 28.43. Added there, now looking for 28.94. Watch 28.90. There's 28.85. Let's see if we get a second attempt at $29. Nice action so far. Holding 1,600 shares on the pullback. Watching ISPO for the break of 89.90. Watching for dips and rips. Watch over 28.48. Let's see if we get a squeeze up to 29. ISPO sort of setting up here as well. So on ISPO, watching over 87. There's 87.50, nice. Added there on ANGH for the squeeze 29. ISPO putting an order for 125 shares, smaller size. There's 29.39. Let's see how much more it wants to give us. So the high of this candle is 29.50. Added 29.11. Now looking for 29.45. So wanting to be as aggressive as I can to capitalize on this opportunity. Reducing size a little bit, we'll look to reposition for a new ad. Watching for dips, holding 400 shares. Added at 27.84 for the dip. Now watch 28.25 for the pop back up. Watching the pop back through 28, 28.50. ISPO, still watching 88, 89 level. We know that that's the level in play for us. ANGH up 150%. Watching it back through 28. There's 28.13. My average is 28.03. Got 20 minutes to the closing bell. Sold the rest of that one for now. Man, that one candle there, those are big candles. Yeah, it was that candle right there. Just ripped 27 right up to 28.43. No, Sonny, but first time in a while. It's been a while since we had this much opportunity where it made sense to trade this long. So we have a window of opportunity, and I'm trying to make as much as I can in this window before it closes. So this is a wedge on ISPO here. There's no guarantee it'll break out before the end of the day, but we'll see. And we've got our high on ANGH, 33.13. But I don't like how that candle topped there at 29.50 and then is a false breakout. So a little bit of resistance there. So the level to watch is about 87.65 on ISPO. We anticipate the break of 89. Spreads are a little bit bigger right now. NVCT, all of a sudden a flush pinned at the halt level down. Could do a false halt. Oh, yeah, see it worth watching. Added at 701 for false halt. See, it was pinned at the halt level. Now add is over 710. Added 709 for the break of 710. So looking for the spring off the low back up to 725. There's 712, 716. Can we get 725? Let's see if we can get 725, 750. So looking for the first candle to make a new high and go green over 715. These type of dip trades, when you can time them right, can give you a nice bounce. So watching 715. Flat 98. Only 500, 1,500 shares, Michael. Pretty small size. No, I'm not going to hold overnight, but I'd consider trading into after hours if we see something curling back up towards its highs, mainly ISPO, since it's holding 563% right now. I mean, the fact is, right now, it's still holding up well. We're in a bit of a wedge. It needs to break through 88 and 89, and then over 90, up into the 90s, back up towards 100. it's holding up relatively well. So until it flushes and tells me it's done, I want to keep watching it. And ANGH is its kind of sympathy stock. Not, they've been pretty close together. So, I want to watch both of them. So I gave back about 10,000 on NVCT and then made back those losses on ANGH. So sitting back at like 77,000 on the day. Putting in the extra time here, going for gold. We'll see if we get anything else. And if we do, I won't miss it. I've already put in this much time, I might as well. Nice, Jack. Yes, Chris, I can work on adding some of those. So the thing about ANGH over 28, I was looking at that too, but all of a sudden it's 26.70 on the bid. These spreads open up pretty quick on this one. And I don't know if it's really going to go if ISPO doesn't go. So we'll see. We've got about 13 minutes to the closing bell. ANGH is rolling over, but not for any particular reason other than people maybe not wanting to hold into the close and just giving up on it. I mean, it's not ISPO is not rolling over. ISPO is still holding up fine. Well, we'll see. So CPTN, worth noting, as soon as it's 4 p.m., this will resume trading. It's showing $33 right now with 300,000 shares of volume, but there will not be halts after hours. So, you know, I don't know if this could do really anything easy to trade, but there won't be halts after hours. ANGH, this would need to form a bottoming tail and then back over 2770. I'm leaving my order at 28, so it's ready to go. ISPO would need to squeeze through 85, 86, 87, 88, back over 90. Look at that, ISPO. Taking a quick long on ANGH here because of that ISPO pop, and I'm going to add long ISPO. Watching added on ISPO right there. ISPO into the halt. And now let's watch ANGH for an add at 28. Added on ANGH 27.25. We're getting that squeeze right into the close. This is what we wanted. There's 20. There's nice, 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 nice. So I stepped up to the plate on both of these, holding 1,000 shares on ANGH. ISPO, watching, adding right there on ISPO for the $95 halt. Added on ANGH for $28.50. ANGH makes sense to add with ISPO going this much higher. ISPO taking a little off the table. ANGH taking a little off the table. Watching it add back. ISPO holding both of these right now. This is some high risk trading. Added back on ISPO for 97.40. Watching 97.40, 97.50. ANGH, I'm surprised it's not up higher. Nice on ISPO. So we got the squeeze into the close, added on ANGH now, looking for 30. With ISPO coming back up towards 100, I think ANGH to get the break at 29. Watch for the add on ANGH over 29.75. Holding 2,600 shares, ISPO, watching for a long. Looking to add on ISPO. So trading both of these right now. Added right there, 29. Now looking for 29.50 on ANGH. ISPO, watching over 100. Added on ISPO right there, looking for the squeeze through 100. Watch ISPO. ANGH, looking for the add as well. So watch ISPO here for the squeeze over 100 going into after hours. Watching for an add at 96 for the curl back up. There's 97. Watch 98, 99. New orders at $100 on ISPO. Looking for the break of 100. Added at $98 on ISPO. Looking for $101.85. Watch the add up here at 100. Watch for this to break 100. And then after hours up to 108. ANGH, we'll be watching both of these very closely here. Watch for the dip, the rip over 100. Giving back a little bit of profit there, new orders at 100 to add back. Watching ANGH, the high there was 29.74. Why not reduce my average? Added at 94. Let's see. Average is 98.72. New order at 99. Holding 309 shares. We've got 6 minutes till after hours. ANGH didn't squeeze up as much as I thought it would. I mean, it squeezed up, but not as much as I thought it would. So the high was 29.74. New orders at 30 on ANGH. ISPO orders at 100. Look at that squeeze from 82.50 to 97. So taking a loss on that, gave back a little bit off the top, 11,000. Let's watch it going into after hours. ISPO needs to break through 100. Four and a half minutes. So now I've made more on ANGH. I had a little switch there as I gave back some profit on ISPO. This 5-minute candle did close as a topping tail. ISPO, watching. Okay. ANGH added back their starter at 29. Wow, look at those spreads on ANGH. So back to 79,000. That candle had a high of 29 and a low of 27.65. Ugh. Watch 29.74. Yeah, really big spreads for a $28 stock. So we want to see if ISPO can break over 100. We've got less than 2 minutes to the close. But I don't like that topping tail candle, but if it can break through that level and we could break through 101.77, then 108 is next target. ANGH needs to break through 29.50, but with the spreads opening up as much as they did, I don't know if I want to trade it again. 1 minute left till after hours. So ANGH popping up again a little bit. Starter at 29. Putting my order at 29.75. Watching for the after hours squeeze on both of these. $15 seconds till after hours. So we'll watch over 29, ANGH. Watching for possible add, 29. We're tested 29.50. ISPO watching. ISPO orders at 100. So sort of moment of pause here as we go into after hours. ISPO orders putting it at $95. Waiting to see if we get more volume. ANGH is a better looking chart over 29. Cut the loss on ANGH for now. ISPO is pulling back a little bit. So we'll finish around 78,000, it looks like. Hit 90 for a second, gave back 12 off the top. It's not too bad. Was thinking we might see a little more after hours volume, but nothing really yet. So as it turns out, the last couple hours or the last whatever, I was at 77, lost 10,000, got back to 77, got back to 80, up to 80, up to 90, and then dropped back down to 77. At the same time, we could have had this squeeze through 101, 102, 103, and finished up over 100,000 that quickly, right? So it's a little bit of a coin toss. You never know which way it's going to go. CPTN, yep, pulling back there. Some might be interested in trading it, but I'm going to leave it alone. Volume is still pretty light. Spreads are big. So ISPO was the one. It may still give opportunities later after hours, but that was the spot that I really wanted to see a break. Yep, APPN popping up. NRGV, look at that. So that's the one that's going a little bit. We'll see. We'll see if it can hold its level. The high there was 1288. So this one, if it got over 13, then you'd look for a move back to $14. Volume is still pretty light here after hours. Nice job, 38,000. Good for you. That's a great day. Where'd you finish today, Henry? So days like these, they've got to tide us over. We will have slower periods, and we want to just try to hold on to the gains that we make when it's when we have a day like today. That's good. 12,000 is great. I'll certainly be watching for continuation tomorrow. So ISPO, keep that chart up. NRGV, we need to break over 13. The daily candle's not too pretty though because of how much it pulled back. So $78,000 would have been pretty cool to break over 100 grand today, but I guess it wasn't in the cards for me. We'll come back tomorrow and try again. CELZ hitting scans. Probably news. If I had to guess. But maybe not. I don't see anything showing up yet. All right. Well, good work for those that got green. Those that were on the wrong side of the P&L line today, don't feel bad. We've all been there. We've all watched the stock go up 500% and managed to somehow lose on it. So trading is hard. And today was, it was a good day, but wasn't easy. It was hard work, and I had to stay pretty focused. I had some moments of setback. I was able to recover those and finish not quite at my high, but not far off of it. So we'll lock it up. And for those that watched the recap that enjoyed this, check out warriortrading.com/strategy. You can sign up for a free class with me if you want to learn a little bit more about how I choose stocks to trade, where I get in, where I get out. If everything today was a little over your head, but you want to learn more, this is a good place to start. All right, so with that, I'll let you go. This was the longest recap ever at about 4.5 hours, but it was quite profitable. All right, I'll be back live streaming tomorrow morning. Try to finish off the week with a couple more green trades.